Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, boy. Can you hear me? Channel English is working? Is it okay? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes.
Bonjour, bon après-midi à tous et à toutes. Si on peut vous inviter à prendre place, s'il vous plaît, pouvez vous rapprocher devant. Nous allons démarrer sans plus tarder la table ronde ministérielle sur la mobilisation des ressources domestiques. J'espère que je peux avoir votre attention, s'il vous plaît. Chers amis, chers invités, prenez place, s'il vous plaît. Nous allons commencer maintenant. Très bien. Bonjour encore, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, Excellences, les ministres d'État, honorables députés.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, senior ministers, all protocol observed, distinguished guests, distinguished panelists, Excellencies, Mr. Director General of the Fund of African Solidarity, Mrs. Nandos, Director General of AU Nepal, our sister, with all due protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that we have been all here since yesterday during the official opening ceremony, during which the heads of states, with a high-pitched voice and a quick answer, highlighted some issues, I'd like to say structural issues, relating to funding, financing infrastructure in Africa. The technical sessions and the other high-level panels followed suit and were putting the emphasis on some major items. So we're going to skip that part. That has been done. We all know the issues. We know that there are 6 million Africans with no access to electricity. 600 million, rather. We know that we have a lot of ambitions, institutional framework programs, PIDA, among others, but despite all the important efforts, we have a gap between 165 billion to fund the infrastructure, which are the main pin of the transformation of the development of the continent, and also the main point for the vision, the achievement of the vision and the Agenda 2063 of African Union. This session, this roundtable, this high-level ministerial roundtable will be an action roundtable. The main creed was action, and now. And if there is one thing that emerged from these various sessions, from a technical standpoint, from a political standpoint, from yesterday's sessions, that has to do with the consent. Consent around an imperative, around the imperative of action, imperative for action, action now. That has been repeated several times, and this roundtable is a roundtable for the discussion of actions, what to do, how to do it, to raise innovative resources in this financial ecosystem that is out and that is brimming with opportunities, that is overwhelmed with financing sources. I want to name the pensions, the consignation, co-signing banks, etc., among others. And to do this and to put together these items and to develop and define concrete actions for actions now, we have a high-level panel, as the roundtable indicates. Namely, we have the Director General of the African Solidarity Fund, whom I'm going to convene here. Mr. Director General, dear brother, please, the African Solidarity Fund is really important in this financial ecosystem. We also have Mr. Makalo, who is an expert macroeconomist and who claims a very important experience in terms of fundraising to finance infrastructure, among others. We also have, and I should have started with this, we have our dear Minister of Finance and Budget, Mr. Mamadou Moustapha, Excellency, His Excellency, please join us here. We also have Mr. Yusuf Traore Kwawawo, who is the Director General of the African Investment Fund. Mr. Traore, please. We also have Mr. Gilles Gankam, who is the CEO of African Guarantee Fund. Mr. Gigi. Honorable Minister of Rwanda, Your Excellency, s'il vous plaît. Monsieur le ministre, j'espère que je ne vais pas écorcher votre nom, chère sœur, honorable Dr. Claudine Oera, secrétaire d'État au ministère des Finances du Rwanda et de la planification économique donc du Rwanda. Et I'd like to ask on the stage Mrs. Adil Sen. Please, Mary Adil, she's the Director General also of, yes, Excellencies. Excellencies. So this is how this high-level roundtable will be rolled out. I'd like to ask to the Director General of the African Solidarity Fund to have some opening remarks. Mr. Director, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you. His Excellency, the Minister of Finance and Budget of the Republic of Senegal, Her Excellency, Madam the Executive Director of Order Nepal, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol, with all due protocol, ladies and gentlemen, it is a huge pleasure for me to take part to this second summit of Dakar on the financing of infrastructure in Africa, and it is also a huge matter of pride for the African Solidarity Fund to carry out this ministerial roundtable around the fundraising of resources to fund infrastructure in Africa, the relevance of the topic, as well as the quality of the presentations. Maybe, let's say, the presenters, well, this bodes well for fruitful exchanges, and I'm sure that we'll have a lot of concrete solutions coming out from these discussions to fund infrastructure in Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the question to which we have to answer is this: the following. Despite the challenging environment, the challenging background relating to the crisis, the climate issue, the COVID-19 and the Ukrainian war, as well as the certainty that we have to rely on our internal resources to fund our infrastructure. The question, like I said, is what to do. So where are those internal resources? What is their volume? What is the financial driver and which is used somewhere else, notably in economies comparable to ours, and what are the resources to use and how to operate those financial drivers. So your recommendations and observations undoubtedly will contribute naturally to answer those questions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you know it well. Africa is one of the regions of the world that has a huge gap in terms of infrastructure. This is an impediment to the development of the continent. In fact, several studies and infrastructure showed a positive and strong correlation between, on the one hand, the infrastructure, the indicators, the social and economic development indicators such as the GDP growth, the GDP, etc., and GDP per inhabitant, per capita. They also showed that the poor quality of roads, of railway system, etc., increased the cost and the goods exchange between African countries up to between 30 to 40%, as well as the development of the private sector, and also the poor state or the poor quality of economic infrastructure, national infrastructure, decreases by 2% each year, and the productivity of companies, and this may go up to 40%. Huge headways have been made in terms of the realization of new infrastructure in African countries during the last decade, as testified by what's going on here in Senegal. But the availability of financial resources is a major challenge to increase the volume of investments. This situation, which strengthens the vulnerability of the states to implement their development programs, including the achievement of infrastructure, is done mostly by the insufficiency and the inadequacy of financial resources. According to the last estimation by the African Development Bank, about $110 billion per year will be required for the development of infrastructure in the continent, with a funding of about $95 billion. This gap is the consequence of the strategy of African countries, which for decades put the focus on the raising non-domestic resources to fund the development. But yet Africa has mineral resources that are galore, and most of those resources would likely cover all our domestic resources. For this purpose, Africa has to increase its interest to raise internal resources. To these questions, well, as the facilitator just said, Mr. Modibo Makalo, who is a macroeconomist, and Mrs. Kantusan, who is a financier, and after the presentations, we'll have Q&As, and hopefully we'll come up with practical conclusions. Thank you for your participation, and I'll give the floor to Madam the Facilitator. Thank you, Mr. DG. Son Excellence, Son Honorable Raila Ondiga vient d'arriver. Nous sommes très heureux de vous compter parmi nous et nous vous saluons respectueusement pour votre présence. Nous saluons respectueusement votre présence parmi nous.
African Minister of from Comoro invite you to this also to join this very important round table, but I think Kaworos is French, so let me turn into French. J'ai le plaisir d'inviter M. Afsita du Comore. Monsieur le ministre, excellent.
Mr. the Minister, Excellency, thank you for joining us.
Aux excellences, monsieur.
Before giving the floor to the ministers, the layout of this roundtable is as such. Like I said earlier, first we're going to have an introductory presentation by two prominent experts, Mr. Makolo, who is a macroeconomist who knows the importance of the macroeconomic framework in terms of infrastructure funding, and Mrs. Adelson, who is the Director General of DCG, the stock exchange. Before cutting to chase, I'd like to ask Mr. Makolo to do his introductory remarks to set the stage. Mr. Makolo, you have the floor.
Merci bien, Madame la modératrice. Mesdames et Messieurs, vos excellences.
Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear participants, it's a real pleasure for me to take the floor in front of this August Assembly to talk about the future of Africa, to talk about the present of Africa, because the future starts now. As you know, African Union, which is entitled to work on the integration of Africa following the disappearance of the organization of the African Union, which was set up in 1963. So the African Union has a duty to integrate all countries, and in this purpose, the Commission of African Union developed what is called the Vision 2063 and a 10-year plan on the period 2013-2023 called for the production of productivity plans, rightly so, because as you know, Africa is facing several challenges in terms of competitiveness and productivity. So let me be clear. The point is to improve governance. In other words, not only the quality of the institutions, but also of public policies, but also to reduce the cost of production costs. The Minister Jallo, the director of the African Solidarity Fund, just mentioned it earlier, and the production factors include mainly the reduction of the cost of the physical capital. We're going to talk about infrastructures, namely today, and also reduce the cost of the financial capital and how we can access sustainable resources to finance infrastructure in Africa. But also a third capital whose cost is going to decrease, that has to do with the human capital. And here we have to improve the competencies, the skills, and last but not least, the immaterial capital, i.e. innovation, research, technologies, and all this is included in the PIDA, and all this, as you can see, is well interconnected. The importance of regional integration to support the development of Africa is upheld by African leaders who keep expressing their intend to build a common market by 2063 for goods and services. This is a huge potential investment in development projects in the long run, especially at a time when the entries of foreign capitals are getting scarce, as it has been said, namely with the COVID-19 that disrupted the value chains, but also the Ukrainian war, which impacted energy costs, food costs, input of farming inputs, transport costs, especially maritime cargo. And as you know, with the increase of the oil price, we have an rampant inflation, and the countries are trying to really tighten the budget, and with the public debt, also with the budget deficit facing the countries, and the debt is rising, and this increases the interest rate, and the credit is getting scarce. So the objective being to finance the infrastructure without weighing on the debt of the government, because as you know, in terms of infrastructure, more than 90% comes from the states. Now we have to change paradigms, and I think that the African Union understood that rightly, and Peter is one of the illustrations. Now, where to get those resources? They are here in Africa. There are resources in Africa, but how to identify them and raise them? Here, we need to start a conversation with all the stakeholders, with the leaders of pension funds, the investors, and the institutional framework, and to have capitals to these alternative assets. So the presence of state bonds and companies that do not have any more cash and that are exposed to risk. So, and you have the private sector, and which avoid to be exposed to risk in the various project funds. So raising resources is key to increase the availability and the use of resources for this purpose. And this raising of resources can be done through various methods, like the use of taxes and the internal savings, the participation of the private sector, and the PPP. Namely, the PPPs can be used to help optimize public expenditures as part of the funding of infrastructure in Africa. PPPs can be used increasingly means to be used to realize infrastructure, because they are profitable means and will help reach objectives in the long term, while providing services and public infrastructures. Let's say that it was at the 16th session of the Conference of Heads of State and Government in 2012 that instructed to the countries of the YMU and the specialized institutions of the YMU to set up the PPP to improve the economies, and to have at the West African Central Bank unit, a department to support those countries. And in 2022, the Council of Ministers of the YMU adopted a directive for a legal framework of the PPP in the YMU, including the 8 countries of West Africa. So this is a concrete illustration of paradigm change, and in Central Africa also we have noticed progress, because the Conference of Heads of State of the Economic and Monetary Community of Central Africa, they decided to use the PPP approach as an alternative to fund through indebtment of the 8 countries of West Africa. Now, as you know, private investment have considerably decreased in Africa, and Africa is the region where private investment have reached the most important share.
Sur du Sahara ont atteint 5,2.
They have reached the $5.2 billion.
Ok. Donc essentiellement, ce que je veux dire, c'est que les investissements privés en Afrique sont en train de baisser.
Because we are in Africa, and the most important thing is that the private sector is increasing their participation. What we can do is to use the funds, the insurance companies, sovereign funds, the deposit funds, social funds, infrastructures, investment, diaspora contribution, and other specialized investors who are convinced in investing in infrastructure, and that will require guarantees, and the resources do exist. We just need a political will to support them. That being said, I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Makalo, and sorry for putting pressure on you, and it is important to understand the financial ecosystem, especially in terms of reliable funding for Africa. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister of Chad, the Honorable Minister Idriss al-Bashir, Minister of Infrastructure of Chad. Thank you for coming. And I would like to invite Mr. Getwood Yamba, CEO of the African Fund of Warranty and Economic Cooperation. He is here with us. Without further ado, I would like to invite Madame Sen to I wanted to say the organizers, before giving the floor to the ministers, we have a small debate to make to proceed. So before going there, can we just have 2 minutes? If things have changed, we can adapt ourselves. And Excellence Uhula Odinga,
of the Commissioner of African Union for Infrastructure Development. Monsieur Excellence, can you please join us? And I would like to give you the floor. Giving you the floor, I want it in your capacity as the High Representative of the President of African Union to provide us insight into that very important responsibility which was given to you to support and champion the development of infrastructure in Africa with a view to hastening the realization of Agenda 2063. Sorry about that, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we had a long day yesterday, and we talked about the challenges that are facing Africa's infrastructure development. We know exactly where we're coming from. We know where we are. We know the challenges that face Africa. And we now also know what we need to do to resolve these problems. One of the major issues is basically resources. And resources are not all the times only available. When you use your brains, you can actually be able to create resources. So many of the projects that we have conceived, as I mentioned yesterday, there are 69 that we have. 40 of them are carried over from the last 10 years, when 29 are new. And out of those total 69, only 8 of them have reached now implementation stage. The others are still just in the pipeline. And unless something drastic is done, in another 10 years we'll be talking the same language. And that's why we think that we must think out of the box how to get resources. The resources that we have for the public coffers are finite, and there are also very many competing interests. We've got food security, agriculture, crying for resources. We've got health crying for resources, and also education and so on. And that's the reason why we say that we need to get the private sector involved before we go out to go and ask for money from other sources, where there are also usually conditionalities. Now, here we're not talking about charity, we're talking about investments. Investment by private sector in the field of infrastructure development. And we've identified that in the continent we've got quite a lot of resources. The sovereign funds, some countries with huge sovereign funds which are available. And then there is the pension funds, which are also available in the continent. Insurance funds, which are also available. What we need is to have bankable projects which can attract investments. Now, I have here today a gentleman who is called Ngate Kirungi. He's the founder and CEO of Spearhead Africa and an African entrepreneur. Spearhead Africa is a Nairobi-based infrastructure investment advisory firm serving African institutional investors, including pension schemes, insurance companies, development finance institutions, and commercial banks. Ngate heads the Kenya Pension Fund Investment Consortium, KEFIC, which is a consortium of local pension funds which have come together to jointly assess and invest in infrastructure opportunities in Eastern African region. And is also the lead infrastructure finance advisor to the government of Kenya's affordable housing program. He has extensive global experience, and prior to founding Spearhead Africa, Ngate was an executive director at Goldman Sachs in London, where he led the firm's Africa client coverage and was recognized as an Obama Foundation Africa leader in 2010. I'm inviting him to take a few minutes to share with you a successful story of how it can be done. Mr. Gentleman, Mr. Ngate Kirungi, karibu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, African Union High Representative for Infrastructure Development in Africa. As the presentation is being loaded up, I would like to take this opportunity to, number one, thank our organizers for organizing this wonderful conference. So, Madam CEO, thank you very much for having us. And of course, to thank the President of the Republic of Senegal, His Excellency Macky Sall, and the people of Senegal for hosting us over the past few days. Now, ladies and gentlemen, over the last 2 days, we have heard quite a bit about the importance of project preparation. We have heard a lot about the importance of having bankable projects, but we need to remember and we need to ask ourselves, who are we preparing these projects for? Who is going to be the financiers of these projects? And if we are serious about domestic capital mobilization, which is the topic of the panel right now, we need to be just as focused on investor preparation as we are on project preparation, which is something we haven't had too much of so far. And that's what we want to discuss now. Is the presentation supposed to be up now?
I will load the presentation, please. Okay, it's up. Can you have the presentation, please, of our colleague from Kenya? No, it's not this one. Can the organizers help, please?
So in the interest of time, okay, great, it has come up. So we can go to the first slide. I think we are all very well aware of the funding gap here in Africa. We know it's over $100 billion, and that's annually. And we've just heard from the last speaker that governments are facing competing priorities right now. We also had the Right Honourables mention that these competing priorities include healthcare, it includes agriculture and food security, economic recovery, especially after COVID, as well as concerns around debt levels of our countries and growing budget deficits. So, but while the public sector steps back because of all those challenges, we in the private sector actually see this as an opportunity for us to step forward. Can you move to the next slide, please? And so when we look at that funding gap, and when we look at the priority projects from the eyes of an investor, we see opportunity. We see $160 billion worth of opportunity right in front of us for local pension schemes. And infrastructure is a compelling investment opportunity for pension schemes, as it can provide diversification benefits for our portfolios. Infrastructure has high returns, and because they are long dated, it allows us to match long dated opportunities with a long dated asset as well. And we can see from this slide that there are lots of opportunities across the different regions, with the largest ones actually being multi-regional. There are 17 of them and about $43 billion worth in terms of size. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm talking about here is not theoretical. It is happening in Kenya, and the Kenya Pension Fund Investment Consortium is a good example of this domestic capital mobilization. So KEPFIC, which is the Kenya Pension Fund Investment Consortium, is a consortium of local pension schemes. This is from both the public and the private sector, both large and small pension schemes that have come together to jointly assess and invest into infrastructure opportunities in the East Africa region. KEPFIC was launched at the end of 2020 with the support of USAID and the World Bank, who provided the equivalent of $1.2 million in financial and technical support because they believed in what we were doing. They believed in this idea. And from that $1.2 million investment, we have had a significant return on that investment. We have been able to assess over 50 different opportunities across multiple infrastructure segments. We have been able to build a pipeline of over $800 million and eventually invest or mobilize $113 million into a number of opportunities that are mentioned. But I want you just to focus on that. $1.2 million resulted in $800 million of pipeline to be reviewed and an actual investment of 113 million, representing a return of 95x. So the multiplier effect is quite significant. This is just a snapshot of those projects that we have invested in, and you can see they span from roads, affordable housing, and student accommodation. What this tells you, number one, is local pension schemes are what we call sector agnostic. They can invest in any sector of infrastructure that makes sense. So it's not that we are focusing on water or only on power or only on roads. From the investor perspective, as long as the returns make sense and the projects are well structured and there is liquidity, that will attract this private sector capital. These investments have been mobilized from 88 pension schemes, ladies and gentlemen. So this tells you that there is broad support for this type of initiative. And the best part of all of this is, as much as I'm showing here dollar figures, all of this money was mobilized in local currency. So the project promoters, project owners came to us looking for equivalent of about $85 million in local currency, and we managed to mobilize more than even what they had come to ask for. We managed to mobilize $113 million. The appetite is clear and it is demonstrable. These project sponsors could not absorb the amount of money that we were willing to give them. And this is actually the opposite of the problem we have been discussing these last 2 days. We have been lamenting that there is no money. I would like to use this slide to tell you there is cash available. For as long as you use capital market instruments like bonds that they understand, that money will flow. Now, I think it's important we just give you a very quick case study, an example of a project that we invested in. And this is a road project in the northern edge of Kenya, as you can see. This is an area called, two areas actually, Wajir and Mandera counties. And these are previously, or actually currently, some of the most marginalized areas of our nation. And areas that you would not imagine that a conservative pension scheme would ever put their money into. Yeah, in fact, I can tell you the pension schemes that invested in this road project will probably never even drive on that road. Yeah, but they understand the returns, they understand its socio-economic importance, and it was structured in a manner that allowed them to invest. It was a PPP, where the private sector designs the road, builds it, finances it, maintains it, and transfers it on completion. I mentioned that it was structured as a project bond, and the payments for the investors are coming from a road annuity fund, which is ring-fenced and is away from national budget. So there are no considerations about whether next year there will be money or not. The money is sitting in a ring-fenced account, and the money comes from fuel levies. So every time you fuel your car in Kenya, it's about something like 18 shillings goes into this ring-fenced account, and that money is then now used to repay investors that build these roads. We worked very closely with one of the DFIs, Garantco, who provided a guarantee for this transaction. Garantco is AAA rated, so they have a higher rating than even the government of Kenya, and they guaranteed the bond. And as a result, although we were being asked for the equivalent of about $20 million, we managed to mobilize 2.5 times that. So from 2 billion to 5.1 billion. What does this say? It says again that there is a lot of appetite for these types of transactions. It says that if we can work together with our donor partners, with our development financial institutions, the DFIs, to provide some of these credit enhancement instruments like guarantees, we can do a lot. Now, we also understand that guarantees can often be viewed as unnecessary. What I'll say is they're necessary for today as we get more comfortable with investing in these types of opportunities, but we think of them like training wheels when you're learning how to ride a bicycle. First, you start off with the two extra tires or 3 extra wheels in the back, but eventually when you learn how to ride, you don't need them. And that's exactly how we see these guarantees. Now, participation of local pension schemes or local investors will also catalyze investments from global players who are much larger than us. And as KEPFIC, we have built relationships and partnered with like-minded institutional investors, global investors, especially from the US. And we have an annual, we host them to Nairobi annually. The last one was in April last year, where we brought 30 US pension schemes with assets exceeding $1 trillion to the country. We showed them the opportunities, and they are looking to participate in these opportunities with us. But they will not invest if the local investors are not doing so as well. So as we are talking here about getting global investors, if you neglect the local investor piece, you will struggle also to get those global investors. And we have seen that be true in Kenya. Next slide. So, ladies and gentlemen, KEPFIC has been a successful proof of concept that can be replicated across the continent, but this time on a regional basis. We started off in Kenya, but what we should have done, looking back, is we should have made it the East Africa Pension Fund Investment Consortium, not Kenya, because a lot of the opportunities we are looking at are regional. Isn't that right? We saw the projects, they are regional. And we also want to tap into regional pension schemes, not just from one particular nation. We also know, when you look at the idea of pooling pension schemes together, it can have a very, very powerful multiplier effect. Look, these infrastructure projects we have been discussing are typically very large. In fact, too large for a single pension scheme to participate in. But if you bring multiple of them together, then you can see how they can benefit from these economies of scale and how they can benefit from lower risk, as each investor can invest according to their size and according to their appetite. So as an example, if there's a $200 million investment, one pension scheme will struggle to fund that, but if we bring 20 of them, or even 100, then now we're looking at a much more appropriate and easier size to tackle. And so it is important that we think and implement this on a regional basis. We are lucky that we already have the regional authorities or the regional blocks in place. Just looking at 8 countries, for example, as a sample, you can see that they have in total about $576 billion in pension money. If you use the 5% agenda or 5% initiative, that's $28 billion that can be unlocked in short order for these projects. Also, this idea of a consortium of pension schemes is very much aligned with the African Union goals, providing a high standard of living for its citizens, world-class infrastructure across Africa, but most importantly, to make Africa fully responsible for financing our own development. And we call on the donors and governments across the continent to provide critical support for this actualization through funding support, investment pipeline development, co-investments with global partners, technical assistance. So the last slide here is just a call to action to move from the declaration of the 5% agenda into actually investments to the heads of state. The idea here is that we will work with you to prioritize regional projects and to engage local pension schemes. and to the donors to provide the technical and financial support that will create a very large multiplier effect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry if we're taking a little long, but that is just to show that it can be done with the determination. We're sure that we can be able to raise resources from Africa, which can then be complemented with the order we get from outside. Sometimes we only need the other institution to come and de-risk this kind of investments by putting in a little capital and joining together with us. But otherwise, I believe very strongly that Africa has resources to develop its infrastructure. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister and High Representative of the President of African Union for Investment Development. Resource mobilization is at the heart, and we see how we can translate such vision into action. In a very short time, 95 return and the creation of a consortium of 88 pension funds, moving it from national to regional to be able to escalate up and responding to the very, very challenges that is infrastructure. So thank you so much for championing this very important initiative, and of course more will come. Thank you. Without further ado, avant de continuer.
Before continuing, there is a small change in the program. We will not have another presentation. This will be taken into account in the discussions, but we will have I would like to invite the Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Sababa. You were at the heart of the process to mobilize resources to finance major infrastructure in Senegal. The head of state referred to this and gave us details also. We want to know from you the mechanisms that Senegal adopted in terms of regulations, as well as the financial plan, in order to mobilize resources, significant resources, to finance its important programs for the development of the country. Honorable Minister, you have the floor. Thank you. Indeed. Allow me, first of all, to thank NEPAD for the opportunity afforded to me within the context of this high-level event on financing of infrastructures in Africa to share the experience of Senegal, and also, as was done partly, to learn from our peers as well. The head of state, His Excellency Macky Sall, said yesterday we need to contextualize the financing of infrastructure. And in Senegal, it was in 2014 that we adopted a benchmark for economic social development we call Emerging Senegal Plan, which will cover 2014-2035, a whole generation. This vision was important, with significant investments that were earmarked to reduce the infrastructure gap in the transport sector. We moved from we reduced this gap by with about 30. We had targeted 35,000. We did 85,000 more, 85 kilometers rather. Also, the development of road networks. We did 5 times the annual average of roads that were constructed during the period. compared to the previous period. In the energy sector, the president said so. We were at 571 megawatts, and we moved on to 1,600 megawatts. In terms of water, access to drinking water, especially in rural areas, the rate went from 80% to almost 96%. And universal access by 2025 is it's within our reach, in fact, as well as with regard to sanitation. So reducing the infrastructure gap and also reducing inequalities. That is why at the institutional level, the President of the Republic established the Minister of Community Development, Social Equity and Territorial Equity. Indeed, this dynamics was a little bit slowed down by this reduced budget space, fiscal space, with the health crisis and the energy crisis as well at the global level. And as was said earlier, the deterioration of the global economy, as well as the increase in the cost of financing. What we did in terms of domestic resources, we have a fiscal pressure rate of 18% in our country. At the UMO sub-region, indeed, Senegal is a leader in this area. We should not even rely on taxes that are levied here, because this is limited with the fiscal transition and the dismantling, the progressive dismantling of tariffs. So we need to rely on internal fiscality, tax revenues. Senegal presented a strategy, a medium-term strategy we call SRMT, and we are implementing three strategic areas. That is the progressive broadening of the tax base, strengthening capacities of fiscal administrations, and the third, which is quite important, is strengthening governance of fiscal administrations. Also, we were also able to increase the tax, even though there are a few niches that are still pending, because we were able in 2013 to conduct a fiscal reform by streamlining the tax procedures, but also strengthen the social contract around taxes by improving the livelihoods of the populations. We had high impact investments, visible ones, that allowed the populations to be able to pay their taxes. Another point that is quite important is the mobilization of national savings, as well as the contribution of the private sector, because we renovated in 2021 the PPP framework in Senegal, and this helped to, in our opinion, to significantly increase the contribution of the private sector in infrastructure projects. The other challenge that we have to meet together is the collaboration between states and the pooling of resources within the framework of the taxation of multinational firms, and especially avoid the transfer of profits, which is a form of tax evasion, really. So that is what I wanted to add in terms of major reforms that were implemented by Senegal. Also, we have a parafiscal task that we have also installed, such as road use tax, which helps us to have a program. Someone talked about it, I think it was Kenya. It helps us to have about 55 billion CFA francs per year for earmarks for the construction of road networks in Senegal. So briefly, those are the few points I wanted to add with regard to the experience of Senegal in terms of mobilization of internal resources. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister of Budget of Senegal. This is information. These are success stories that are important, that are also based on the intervention of the state, the mobilization by the state through the fiscal system in order to double access to energy, to education, and also develop regulatory and institutional frameworks that can attract the private sector under the leadership of the government in order to ensure to increase investments over short term, and this is in relation with your Emerging Senegal plan. That is the vision of the country. This also shows that although governments are at the forefront to mobilize resources, the geostrategic situation is that resources are harder to find. So it is urgent to involve the private sector, to create an environment for the private sector to complete and contribute to this important financing. And this will allows me to make this transition and invite the Honorable Minister of State, Minister of Finance and Planning of Rwanda. Rwanda has has achieved a lot of things in this area to building PPPs in order to address this requirement of financing infrastructure.
I can say it in English or French as you want. Excellence.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, let me also thank NEPAD for just giving us an opportunity. Yesterday, my colleague, Minister of Infrastructure, also highlighted some key points when it comes to infrastructure development, and he shared some lesson learned while just financing our infrastructure. Yesterday, also just refer to what was said yesterday, just to make sure I'm consistent. Just we've heard that if Africa wants to really participate in the global trading environment and try to reach at fully or its true economic potential, a kind of level of investment in infrastructure will be required, just to make sure that it attracts the private sector. And just to make this happen, we need, again, just to have this private sector well involved. And just we need this to become a reality, we need to de-risk number of things, and the government interventions, government through maybe incentives and a conducive environment will make this happen. So as just you mentioned, this is to share the experience of Rwanda, because the Rwanda economic transformation strategy believe a strong and competitive private sector. Just we've made really a lot of efforts just to make sure that the private sector is well involved, because we aim just to be a country that is private sector led. So we know that government effort will not be sufficient just to be where we want to be when it comes to infrastructure development. We have a 7-year program that is called the National Strategy for Transformation that goes to from 2017 to 2024, and the resource need to implement this National Strategy for Transformation is around 41 billion USD. And within that, we have a big part or portion just to be allocated to infrastructure. Infrastructure needs, we still have a financing gap, and especially when it comes, infrastructure require around 8 billion, out of those 41 billion. And when it comes to universal access to electricity, for example, that's to happen in 2024. We still need around 655 million just to fund those infrastructure. And when it comes to access to water, sanitation, and hygiene, we still need the 3 billion. And the energy, when it comes to transport, it requires 4.4 billion. And for maybe those are few examples. Those combined infrastructure, we need around 8 billion, as I mentioned. So, just to come back to the question, to bridge this gap, a number of initiatives have been undertaken. And those were just to build a strong this public and the private partnership. We've gone through a number of legal and policy reform that have been introduced to support the private sector investment into the infrastructure. And we have a strong coordination when it comes to the PPPs. They are located one side and they're coordinated by what we call the Rwanda Development Board. And we have adopted a number of laws and the guidelines that constitute a strong framework just to make sure that we operate in a consistent and legal framework. And not only that, we've managed just to provide, to create incentives that really constitute a conducive environment for private sector. For example, I can just highlight some of them, not all. We have, for example, what we call the corporate income tax holiday, up to 7 years, and where we have energy project providing at least 25 megawatts and up to 5 years for specialized innovation or industrial park. And then we have also a registered investor that is entitled to a flat accelerated depreciation rate of 50% for the first year for new or used assets. And this is required to meet a number of criteria. Of course, I'm not going to go through all those criteria. So those are a number of reforms, and we believe those are things that we have tangible results, because the reforms have contributed to increase the level of PPPs in Rwanda, especially in those were really significant in the infrastructure sector. Government has signed around 60 PPPs to date with a total project investment value of approximately 1.8 billion USD, and around 93 by both number of and the project investment value are in the energy sector. So infrastructure take a big part. So we have a number of PPPs. I will not go through those. So just to shortcut the story, what we've learned through, strengthening this PPPs process, it's really important just to have a legal and policy framework to attract the private investment. Investors always need, if I can say, clarity in terms of what they can expect from the government. Something else that we saw that's really important is just we need to clearly define the process for negotiating those PPPs. This especially is really important for handling unsolicited proposals. The other point is just we need a strong capacity, and this was highlighted yesterday in the discussion. We need a strong capacity within institutions, to structure PPPs and build this capacity, this capacity in-house with dedicated deal structuring teams. And the last point is also we need a strong framework for monitoring and management of PPPs contract. Yeah, that's all, if I can summarize the experience we have in Rwanda while implementing the PPPs framework. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Excellent, Madam Minister, very, very well articulated, and I think those are the preconditions for us to harnessing the private sector financing. And I think it also comes to the fore that for Africa and African government to be able to attract private sector, we do need some kind of package of domesticating, having the right mix of action and measure, including the legal and institutional framework, of course, capacity building. And I think this cut across all countries, but without further ado, je vais continuer.
I will now call on the Honorable Minister of Comoros. Honorable Minister, we would like to give you the floor because Como has registered a lot of success in this project, this transformational investment process for infrastructure projects, and we would like you to share with us some of your success stories. Thank you, Madam. Distinguished guests, all protocols duly observed. First of all, it is an honor for me to be with you here as minister in charge of infrastructure of an island state that is exposed to climate hazards, sea level rise, with its impact on our current infrastructure and future infrastructure. Before starting, please allow me to thank, on behalf of my country, the Union of Comoros, and on my behalf, the Republic of Senegal, first of all, His Excellency Macky Sall, Head of State, for the quality of the welcome, as well as Auda NEPAD for inviting us to this second summit on financing of infrastructures in Africa. This summit is an opportunity for us to share our experience, to understand and learn from other countries as well. So this event is a source of inspiration and reflection in order to plan and implement sustainable and equitable development, taking into account the financial constraints as well as environmental constraints. Distinguished guests, Comoros is a small country, an island country that is highly exposed to several challenges. I will only cite climate change, the COVID impact, and today the energy crisis, which has led to high inflation rates. This intervention is with regard to the development that has been spurred by the President of the Union of Comoros, which demonstrates the willingness of the authorities to find solutions to infrastructure issues. This policy is to improve the living conditions of our citizens and contribute to the social and economic development of these countries. That is, bringing the populations nearer to the administrations, opening up our agricultural areas, and the development of our tourism sector. You will agree with me that the implementation of this ambitious development program requires the mobilization of technical and financial resources that some of our countries do not have. So it will be difficult to win the challenge of having resilient states without the support of development partners, as well as ensuring cooperation between AU member states. Therefore, in December 2019, the government organized a conference in Paris to reboost economic development, economic growth, in order to support the vision of the head of state, the President of Comoros, an emerging country by 2030. In this program, infrastructure are given priority, and several actions are ongoing in different regions. These regions have seen the living conditions of the populations improved and jobs have been created. But the obstacles that I have just referred to have delayed the momentum, and the energy crisis has not made things easier. In this regard, the government has invited last December on the 3rd in Moroni the technical and financial partners of international and regional institutions to provide more support to the Comoros in its efforts for the social and development social and economic development of its populations. I have seen that the experiences in the mobilization of for infrastructure development are many, so I will call on an exchange of experience and solidarity between our countries. Let us exchange our experiences in order to ensure the sustainable development of our countries, and this will undoubtedly help to mitigate the global crisis that is affecting African countries. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Along the same vein, with regard to exchanging of experience, I would like to call on Dr. Idriss Saleh Bachar, Minister of Infrastructure of Chad, to take the floor.
Merci beaucoup, merci madame, merci une fois de plus de nous avoir donné l'occasion.
Thank you, Madam, for giving me the opportunity to talk about infrastructure projects in Chad. I would also like to thank the organizers. Since this afternoon, we have participated in 2 or 3 panels that have helped us to understand what is at stake, as well as with regard to the implementation of projects in the various countries. Now, with regard to the subject that is being discussed here for Chad, allow me to remind you that a few years ago, Chad did not have enough road infrastructure, but currently we have about 2,600 kilometers of road networks. And I would also like to say that almost one half of these infrastructure projects were done in the last 15 years. And the focus, we are currently planning to about 800 kilometers that are being tarred. And by 2022-2023, we will be launching 560 kilometers of road networks that are going to be built. And what is important is that we have about projects that will be building about 3,000 kilometers, including the project that we presented in Boardroom 4 on the asphalting of road networks and to ensure that the intra-African corridor to Tripoli is done. So these 3,000 kilometers can the state financing, that is going to be very complex, and I'm sure you will agree with me. The Senegalese minister said that, and other ministers said, so it's it will be complicated, 3,000 kilometers of tarred road. Maybe it requires 3 trillion, and if you compare Chad's budget to that, it will be very difficult. It will also be difficult to say that we will call on donors to just finance road infrastructure, transport infrastructure, because they also have other sectors, health, water, and they cannot mobilize all their resources and just focus them on infrastructure projects. So what can we do? The idea would be to ensure that the private sector is involved, and the case of Chad can be very complex. How to attract more private sector into the infrastructure market. As was said by His Excellency Macky Sall of Senegal, maybe we should bring them together, ensure that they create a consortium of private sectors, and then we ensure that these private sector companies come together and invest in infrastructure. We in Chad, how are we going to do to facilitate this work? We believe that we should see how to twin with other projects, match other projects. And if we have in a zone, like I said yesterday, we have telecommunications infrastructure. The ideal is to include all of these infrastructures together and see with the private sector beyond the road infrastructure that we need to make profitable. But if we put 2 projects together, maybe we can have a way to optimize it by also energy, also including power projects as well, and adding 2 or 3 different projects that in different sectors together, and get them to invest in that. The other option is to ensure that the government, through the Ministry of Economy, and to ensure that we make it easier for these private sector, whether Chadian or other African private sector investors to come in and work and in the background, these projects will be spearheaded by the government, but there will be the support of the private sector. But we have to facilitate their access to private windows of donors. There's also the housing bank that we work with in terms of construction of housing. And we will also try to see that how we can include the transport sector in those sorts of projects. And in this regard, we would like to learn from Senegalese experience or Moroccan experience and other countries. And we will also explore this in order to establish funds so that private companies can be interested, can be attracted to infrastructure development. Thank you, Your Excellency. We now have strategic information from ministers.
Of African Union President for investment, and then the old minister here, minister from Senegal, Moustapha Ba, Minister of Economy, Finance and Budget, have the minister from Chad who has just finished speaking. Of course, our Honorable Excellency from Comore, and the minister and all other ministers here, and thank you so much for sharing. But I think there is one insight which came out very strongly, which is, in fine, whatever we are trying to do as countries, as government, with all the very important action you've made so far. We have heard strategy from Senegal, very compelling. But before that, we have heard the orientation and guidance from the High Representative of the African Union, all of which from the other country are built around strong policies, strong strategies, and very impactful program, with a view to hastening this investment agenda, PIDA, and really create what it takes to transforming the living condition of the population. So it means we need something else. We need now the private sector to come in. We need the other fund and other institutions to come in, using a very innovative approach to supporting our countries harnessing this very big import. So without further ado, I'm going to turn in French. Je voudrais ici inviter.
I would now like to give the floor to Mr. Geto Tereni Yemba, Director General of the African Guarantee Fund. Mr. Yembo, you have a significant experience in this area. Based on what you have heard here, my question is, what are the strategies that your institution have come up with to address this required imperative that has been articulated by our governments? Thank you. Thank you. I am Ingrid Toyembai, Director General of FAGAS. I would like to thank the Senegalese government and all speakers who have talked about various strategies that are quite innovative, that allow us to exchange with regard to the mobilization of domestic resources for infrastructure financing. The African Guarantee Fund that I have the honor of leading for the past 30 months is an international institution that was created 45 years ago. And our mission is to implement innovative strategies to accompany the financing of governments. We also finance the private sector, and we work mainly with the banking sector in order to address financing requirements for infrastructures and development. We developed, like Madam you said earlier, a strategy, a new strategy that is quite ambitious, that is called the New Momentum from 2020-2025, based on the specific needs of Africa. These strategies, part of them concern the mobilization of resources for infrastructure projects. It's ambitious, but we work directly with financial markets, banking sectors, private sector, and the governments. You will see that, in fact, the development of Africa is not only about lack of funds, lack of money. We need to work with the states in order for them to be able to free up a space in their budget in order to finance infrastructure, because it is not only the national budget that can finance infrastructure. FAGAS, in agreement with the banking sector markets, we finance infrastructure projects with domestic resources in Africa. Earlier, we talked about the Emerging Senegal Plan, and yesterday, President Paul Kagame said that all investment, all realizations depends on the quality of the policies that have been developed. For those who know the Senegal plan, the advantage of this plan was that the policy was well thought through. It is very ambitious, but the results is here. We are here. This is the result here in Diamniadio. The FAGAS participated in the implementation of the Senegal Emerging Plan. The Amadou Mahtar Mbow University, which is in Diamniadio, part of its the funding was accompanied by the FAGAS in agreement, in partnership rather, with financing companies in Senegal. We mobilized in the regional markets about 15 billion in order to build this university. So that is the contribution of FAGAS, and Senegal is a founding member of this institution. So it is our obligation to accompany the Senegalese government in this construction. We are an financial institution through our signature, we commit ourselves. We are our rating is AA on the financial markets. So our thing is to come up with alternative solutions. In other words, how the African continent, which is quite rich, is not financed at all. The solution yesterday also, President Macky Sall talked about the perception of risk in Africa. Indeed, it is a huge problem because we as FAGAS, we talked about this a few months ago and thought of how can we bring investors to have another perception of risk in Africa. While some rating agencies say that the risk in Africa is high, others are coming to invest here and the IRR rates are high. So Senegal ensure that the country is attractive for investors, and FAGAS is also working with all member states in Africa on how to make these countries attractive, given that only the national budget cannot do it alone. So having private sector investment is a requirement.
If the document project were not well prepared and developed, no investors will be interested, especially the private sector, where the national or African private sector will not be interested. So the preparation of the project is very important. And the countries should create the conditions for the resource mobilization for the state. The regional markets or the sub-regional African markets and the local domestic markets. You note with us that the bankarization rate in African economies is very low. FAGAS, by financing our project holder through the banks, will help them to go to the banks. They force them to open banks. Without a bank account, we cannot finance anyone. And these are prerequisites that the state should do to encourage the communities, because domestic resources do exist, but they are not in the banks. These resources are not in the banking and financing cycles, channels. We are working to strengthen the capacity through FAGAS to train the banks and the project holders in the guarantee works, which they cannot find everywhere. The financial guarantee we are providing is built on experience. If FAGAS and the guarantee fund join the financing institutions that will help the guarantee funds, which cover only 5% of the financing needs of Africa, to increase their capacity of intervention, and the banks will be comfortable to accompany the infrastructure financing, whether private or national financing, or even domestic in the communes or in rural areas. And all these contributes to help member states to take up the financing challenges. Thank you, Madam. Thank you for your attention. Excellent. Thank you for this very strategic information you've provided. Without any further ado, I'll invite Mr. Traore, Yusuf Traore, who is the Director General of the African Investment Fund. Not only you have a proven experience in the guarantee fund and resource mobilization in the pension fund, social security funds, etc. You also have other experiences which are highly important in the African context. After working for over 20 years abroad, you're back in Africa with a package of experiences. In this respect, can you tell us if you were to apply a flag strategy that would boost these investments in West Africa, what would be that strategy to be very concrete and specific? Thank you. Thank you, Madam the Moderator. I thank all the participants for giving us the opportunity to participate in this panel. I would say, to answer directly to your question, I think that it's the pooling of resources, the motto. In this respect, I would mention our structure. Leading FIA, which is the Africa Investment Fund. The African, we are a combination of many Francophone African institutions. Many funds have decided in West Africa to come together in order to create an institutional financing structure that meets their needs, which also will contribute to financing the African economies. Our model is a little bit different from the Kenyan model because the collaboration may be done through different investment vehicles or channels. I would like also to clarify that the Africa Investment Fund is the first in a collaborative investment initiative in Francophone West Africa. We are a pioneer in this journey and this initiative to pool resources in Africa. It would be therefore interesting to share experiences with other similar structures working in the same area as us in Africa. If I were to answer your question, I think that's what I would suggest, to further pool our resources to develop institutional financing initiative. There are different models. Our model, the FIA model, enables collaboration between different funds that seek to meet the need of the social security funds in the countries, because all these funds are faced with specific challenges, and that differences in the challenges must be taken into account to bring them together and find financing for the African fund. Retirement fund needs to have a partner with a long-term horizon. That's the direction we should take. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Traore. Pooling resources, creating consortiums, that's a strategy to mobilize significant resources for infrastructure. We have other panelists here. It is important for us to listen to them. I would like to introduce Dr. Christelle Albert, Regional Coordinator of UNCDF in Africa, Dr. Amani Asubo, President of the BETNet in Africa, Sheikh Jang, who is in the Office of the Minister of Economy of Senegal. Before that, I would like to say that we don't have much time. We'll try to listen to everyone to get your insights. So let's try to allow 5 minutes each of you. Let's say it. Given what you have heard, Mrs. Christelle, We know that the UN have a key role to play in supporting countries. What is your support in this regional support? What kind of impact? 2 minutes, please. Asmat, could you join us? Just go ahead, madam. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, we are very happy to be here. And congratulations to the organizers for this excellent presentation that have made it possible for us to have a wide range of inputs from government officials on the objectives and strategies of the countries. I represent Mr. Murad Wahab, who is our Executive Secretary of the UN Fund, Climate Fund, United Nations Capital Development Fund. In my short intervention, I would like to come back to something what was said. What are the sources of financing for infrastructure in most of African countries? We have heard here that African states used to fund up to 80% of the infrastructure. The private sector is only responsible for 10% of the funding. The 90% funding, 40% to come from foreign partners. And I would like to draw two conclusions from that. The first one is the most important, and I'll dwell much on this one. The first lessons is that in the 50% of the external partners, competition is hard. This Jamia Center, for example, which was inaugurated in 2014, which was financed by some traditional partners, this government of Senegal and some traditional partners of the government of Senegal. Today, around this Jamia Center, there are a lot of partners of Senegal who, like China, Turkey, the Gulf countries, many countries now coming to contribute to financing infrastructure and to contributing to the development of this infrastructure. And in that, it is the key element is the leadership, the strong leadership and a backbone. And you have heard Senegal Imaging Plan, the Rwanda Transformation Program, some national programs have been stated here who set the objectives at the continental level. But at the same time, in these 90% that come from the government or states, the central state is the main financier. This is the specificity of Africa, because in other parts of the world, the majority of this infrastructure are financed by the local governments. And here, what is important is you have not talked about the municipalities. That territorial dimension of the cohesion and harmonization of the different structures, infrastructure, that's key, because first of all, 2/3 of the population will be living in the cities in Africa. These African people in the cities will live in secondary cities. And for the development of the rural areas, development of rural agriculture, productive agriculture, and the outlets in the cities, we know also that everywhere across the world, the link between human growth and human development goals and the sustainable development goals, that's clear. But in Africa, it is more critical, because urban infrastructure in Africa are very problematic. Urbanization without infrastructure or without appropriate infrastructure will lead to conflicts and challenges. So the cities must generate a GDP, like it is the case in most. It is important to change paradigm and give local government an important role. I would like to come back to what we said about the feasibility funds, or what is important for us is to create an ecosystem that will make it possible for local government to play their role. 30 years of decentralization in Africa. Today, local government cannot mobilize any resources or appropriate resources. The transfers of the state to the local governments are not productive enough and recurrent in order to attract investors. The private-public partnerships are not efficient yet. The capital market are not open to municipal financing, so the guarantees are not accessible. So a coalition is important. So we must recognize the role of these municipalities. To conclude this, there are solutions. We're working on two aspects. And first of all, we need to, Meridian is a partner of the municipalities, and the guarantee mechanism must be put in place. Thank you, dear moderator, for being patient. Your message has been well noted.
President of African Business Council, we all know her determination and her high-level commitment to supporting this business. Please give us very two success stories, which is actually aligned with what we're trying to do, mobilizing resources to invest, to support infrastructure investment in the continent.